Hello, hello. Testing. Alright, we're good. Where did we leave off? I think we left off in the middle. Oh, just at the beginning of the investigation, right? Right, so we found his body. It exploded. We got a key. Went to the data center. And now we're back for the actual investigation. I don't know if we're allowed to leave. Yeah. We're kind of railroaded here. So, early in the stream, but we're gonna start right away. Got a sick track. Are we allowed to go in the shed? Just be sure, I should take a look at the tool shed. We are, okay, cool. This room is dusty and disorganized. In other words, a pretty stereotypical tool shed. Is this a tarp? Wait, was there a tarp in here before? I should probably look into that. It could be related to the case. That's the only thing that's new, right? Has this changed? Nope. Still a crazy diamond. The top is wet and covered with mud and grime. But the underside is totally clean and completely dry. One side of the tarp is wet and dirty. Something about that bothers me. That's the one thing that in here that concerns me. Okay. Nothing else. What about the chickens? Oh no, the chickens, are they okay? I remember some chickens in the chicken coop. I count 4 chickens. Huh? 4? Yo. What's going on, Makoto? Oh, I'm glad you're here. Listen, do you remember how many chickens there were in here? Of course. There were precisely 5. Yeah, right? Huh? What's wrong? There's only 4 chickens here now. We're 1 short. Huh? Ugh! That's so weird. I wonder when it disappeared. Yeah, I was down here just before nighttime last night, and there were definitely 5 chickens then. What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. If even a single piece disappears, the entire world will remain unfinished. I did my best to ignore Hiro and focus on the problem at hand. Why did one of the chickens disappear? Could it be related to the case? Alright. Chicken coop chickens. The case of the missing chicken. Is this still locked? This is the panel that controls the sprinklers. They're set to turn on at 7:30 every morning. And Minakuma said the time positively couldn't be changed. Huh? Hold on. So the sprinklers turn on at 7:30 each morning, right? Then if the body was here before then, the sprinklers should have gotten it wet. I see. Which would mean the murder must have taken place after 7:30. So, who does that body belong to? Whoever it is. I'm not gonna look. I don't want to faint anymore. Fair enough. Listen, Makoto. Do you remember how the body looked, you know, before it blew up? If I remember right, he was wearing some kind of mask and a big white coat. Also, there was a knife sticking out of his stomach, and the area around it was stained with blood. Apparently, the wound had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the body was still wet. Byakuya said not to touch it to avoid getting all bloody, but for how much blood there was in the body, I didn't see any on the ground around it. Okay. Wow, thanks. That was a big help. Now that you explained it, I totally remember how it looked. Well, having to talk about it like that helped me remember it a lot better too. So thank you too. Body before the explosion. Was the body moved here? It probably was, right? That'd explain it not being wet either. It's 11 o'clock right now. Okay, and... Yeah, well, I was just thinking about when we first found the body. When the body is found, huh? I should look back at what I did this morning to help me remember when that was. Monokuma's announcement woke me up at 7 o'clock as usual, and headed for the dining hall pretty soon. Once I got there, I met with Hina. That was right around 7:30. Then I headed to the gym, where everyone else was waiting. Next, Toko went to go get the pickaxe, and that's when she found the body. What time was it then? Now then, Toko, what time is it? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock. So it's probably 9 at a dot now. That's right, it had to have been right around 9 o'clock. You know? Yeah, now that you mention it, I think you're right. So I think we can say for sure that the body was found at 9 AM. Okay, my job's done. That's a pretty small job. Good timing, Makoto. Wanted to talk to you. What do you want to talk about?
So, in other words...
I like to hear your alibi. Alibi?
In other words...
Correct. I'd love to hear where you were after the nighttime began last night. Well, I was sick, so I was asleep all night. But why are you asking about that now? And what's nighttime got to do with it?
Naturally.
Isn't it obvious? The murder took place after nighttime. How can you know that for sure? Because just after nighttime began, I came to the garden. I was going around looking for everyone, so I could tell them about Monokuma. Hiro's been spending most of his time in the garden the last few days, so I figured he'd be here. Yo, what's up, Dak? And I can confirm that when I arrived last night, there was no body here. Expect to see you so soon? Yeah. I wasn't sure when dinner would, how long dinner would last tonight, so we started pretty early, so I got home pretty early, so I decided to stream.
In other words...
So the murder could only have taken place at some point during nighttime, after I left the garden. However, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I were in the gym together the entire night last night. What? Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's room to get them. At that point, we all went to the gym and began dismantling Monokuma. What's up, Paula? Gonna play some visual novels with me tonight? Which ones do you have lined up? I'd like to hear what kind of BNs you play as well. As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere alone. We went to the bathroom in pairs. I feel bad for Hina. She has to go to the bathroom with Toko. It's gonna pick one at random, I see. But which ones do you have? Or we're just gonna buy one or download one at random? Random one off VNDB, I see. Okay. In other words, all four of us have airtight alibis. The only ones who don't have alibis are me and Kyoko.
That's right.
And if the victim really is Kyoko, then I'm the only one without an alibi. Also, when we went to go get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room as well.
What?
But you never came to the door. So, where precisely were you? I'm telling the truth, I was in my room, but I was dead asleep. I had a fever, so... That's hardly an alibi. I know. So, what now? You seem to be at quite the disadvantage here. I'm the only one with an alibi. That's really bad, isn't it? I have no GPU, it's a good time to practice my Japanese. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm still going through katakana. I just passed my hiragana tests on this app I'm using, and I'm just barely moving on to katakana. But I know some katakana from looking at Pokemon. Pokemon uses a lot of katakana, so that's where we're at right now. We got a bunch, okay. I'm currently using an app called Kawaii Dungeon. that kind of gamifies it. If only there was a way to avoid this situation. No bunch of kanji ready? Yeah. Especially the knife being stolen when it happened. True. Yeah, I do know kanji from Chinese. I've studied Chinese previously, so I can recognize a lot of kanji. A lot of basic kanji anyways. It's a huge head start. Yeah, I know that for like Westerners, kanji is a big roadblock because kanji is very difficult. But you can kind of I've studied kanji for like 10 years. So basically so I have a 10-year head start in that regard, but it wasn't easy. Still a lot of effort put into it. Kanji is by far the hardest part of being able to read a sentence. Fair enough. Yeah, right now I think if I learn my katakana and hiragana, I'm gonna be pretty set on at least reading. As for recognizing words and getting sentence structure and grammar correct, that's probably gonna be the hardest part for me. How can you speak Chinese? I can speak Cantonese fluently, but I can't read it very well. I can't read Chinese very well. Like, I couldn't read like a newspaper or a book. I can get the idea of what's happening. I need to look up words probably. But I can read like most of a sentence. Oh yeah, Dak, you'll be interested to know that there is a missing chicken. There are only 4 chickens now. Also, there's a tarp in the tool shed that wasn't there before. One side's wet, one side's dry. Hina ate one. I count 5. Someone murdered a chicken.
What the heck?
It's the second victim of this case. Alright, a knife. There's a knife lying on the ground. Is this? It must be the knife that was stuck in the body before it exploded. The force of explosion must have thrown it over here. Marco said the knife went all the way through the body from front to back. Does that mean this knife was what caused a fatal injury? Either way, this knife, it looks really familiar. Wait, is this? That's it. It's the knife that person was holding. This is getting really weird. There are just too many strange coincidences. Whoever the person in the mask was that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And that same knife was used to stab the same masked attacker we found here. So maybe this masked person got stabbed because when they attacked, I was kind of in a trance. Maybe I reacted by grabbing the knife. And maybe then and if this really is Kyoko, it would mean Kyoko's the one that attacked me. But why the mask? I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. No, it can't be. There's no way. Why is the knife so clean? Shouldn't it be bloody? These look like fragments of something. They're all burnt, so I can't really be sure, but I feel like I've seen something like that before. Huh. But where? Wait, was it there? What's up, GMD? Welcome. The blood got exploded off. Maybe. I'll have to double check that later. What is this, like an Etch-a-Sketch? Fragments near the dead body. Should add it to the tree of bullet section of your handbook. If I check the body more thoroughly, maybe then I'll find out for sure if it's Kyoko or not. Well, I don't think Kyoko had this on her hand. Huh? Something weird about the body's fingernails. Oh, these are fake nails. Yo, thank you GMD for the sub. Fuck ads. Yeah, no kidding. I think the only ads I have are the required pre-load ads. I don't remember what they're called. Whatever. The ads you get when you come onto the stream initially. I don't think I have any other ads, but if you see any other ads, let me know. And I'll find the setting to disable them. Pre-roll, yeah, that's it. Pre-roll give me 30 seconds of stream delay? Yeah. I hate ads. I understand that they're kind of necessary for the platform, and it's just like 30 seconds of ads for the entire stream. But still don't like them. Usually, yeah, okay, cool. Just to get you a small recap, we found a tarp in the tool shed that wasn't there before. One side was wet, one side's dry, and then there's also one missing chicken. There used to be 5, and now there's 4. Normally don't mind pre-rolls, but they're giving me a delay that ain't happening. Yeah, exactly. And this person's probably not Kyoko. I don't think Kyoko had fake nails. They seem like they get in the way of normal activity. There's also something on the back of her right hand. Is this a tattoo? It got burned, so I can't make out the whole thing, but it looks like a picture of a dog or something. Never seen anything like it before. You got a blocker for it? Nice. I think I've just suffered the ads. There's no camera movement here. I used to have a blocker that worked, but they just got annoying. I'm gonna look for a blocker when I get annoyed again. But usually I just mute and like watch a YouTube video. You block origin marks for it? Okay, I check it again. The lower half of the body didn't get wet at all. After the body blew up, the top half got set on fire, so I dumped a bucket of water on it. Which explains why the bottom half isn't wet. There's something strange about that, right? The white jacket the victim was wearing got totally burnt up. There's only one little piece left. Huh? What? There's a huge piece left. What? What are you talking about? What? The white jacket the victim was wearing got totally burnt up. Okay, I don't know. I guess my photo's blind. It's like literally half of it's still there. The upper half of the body got set on fire in the explosion, so it's totally blackened. Blackened? Blackened? Did I hear blackened? Also, the top half of the body is wet. Uh-oh. That's because it got set on fire and I threw water on it. Since I threw water on the part that was on the fire, the top half, the bottom half is still dry. In other words, there's something strange about the top half being wet. There isn't, right? We gotta get a DNA sample. Her hair's still there. So I think I checked everything I need to in this area. I'm not done yet. There are other areas I need to check. Specifically that fragment I found before. There's somewhere I need to go in order to confirm my suspicions. I still need to find more about Kyoko. Is that corpse really Kyoko? If that's true... Was that also Kyoko who attacked me last night? I can find out more about her. Give me an answer to that question. Also, the plant was not used to eat someone, yeah. I saw it before, I didn't recognize it, but... I don't know, maybe it ate Kyoko, that's why she's not here anymore. Kyoko's never the kind of person to talk about herself that much. Maybe if I can get into her room, I'll be able to find out more. The key to her room.
It's all clear now.
I will simply limit your options. Can't allow to engage any for suspicious activity.
What?
Limit my options?
Just give up.
Give me the key to your room. I don't have a choice. I have to see if he'll let me borrow her room key. He's so anticlimactic but funny. It does typical cartoon burp noise, and then Kyoko's body like remains, like her skeleton just drops out of the flower or something, along with all her clothes. Kyoko went to the data center is behind the Monokuma door. Maybe. Maybe. Hey, Byakuya, if you do come up with an alibi, I'll be happy to hear it later. Oh, I'd be happy to hear it later at the class trial. Oh no, it's not about that. You have to keep the Kyoko's room, right? I was hoping I could borrow it. I'm afraid I can't take that risk. You're the prime suspect after all.
What?
Of course, if I were to go with you, that would be a different story. Then, will you go with me? Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later and we'll see.
Goodbye.
Depending on my mood, I may go with you, or I may not. Come back later, huh? Okay, then in the meantime, I should look around somewhere else. Maybe I should check out that one area. That one area. Where are we going, boys? Where do we think that thing was from? Is it from the secret room? Possibly it's the secret room. I should probably. Okay, it's not in the secret room, I guess. Is it from the headmaster's room? Can't be, right? We haven't been in there before, so I don't think it would be. There's like a part. It's like a corner piece of something that has screw in it. A screw in it? Kyoko told Mikoto the lock on the headmaster's door is broken? Yeah. He didn't say anything. Why did he try to plan to tear down the doors? I think Mikoto's just retarded. Like, he's just stupid. I don't know if Mikoto actually thinks about what he's doing. Like, he didn't tell anyone about the person that entered his room. Still, even though he realized it was the same mask and the same knife. And yeah, he just never told anyone about the door. He also didn't tell anyone... Oh no, he did tell people about the 16th student. But he just kind of set that out in the open. He didn't take any precautions or anything. He's just walking around telling people. All for the sake of plot, I suppose. This is a place with most screens, but I don't see anything red. Oh, maybe looking at the monitors here will give us a clue to which room it is. Plot moment, yeah. Exactly. Can't really remember a place that had something like that. Maybe the physics lab? The room you modeled? Yeah. Is this a physics lab? Yeah, it was, right? But the real people on the wall, yeah. It's just pictures of real people. Have more stuff in it or anything, but the model's like 16,000 polys. Oof. No, it's not here. Was it on the 5th floor then? Was it the scary room? C. No, I don't think it was here either. That fragments would result in an explosion. I don't know. A bomb, right? Was it from the bomb? I don't remember what the bomb looked like, but you're right. Monokuma's laying dismantled on the floor, but I figured it wouldn't be here.
You know?
Oh yeah, it's a bomb. Okay. I just found something. What is it? It's what? A bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma robot, I'm sure. Bomb? That bomb went missing. There's no doubt about that. The fragments are found in the garden. Fragments of your body. Okay, I've checked everything else I can think of. All that's left now is Kyoko's room. I should head back to the garden and ask Byakuya. It's made in a factory, a bomb factory. It's a bomb. You think you can go soon, Byakuya?
Let's go.
Yo, what's up, Rev? Welcome, welcome. You want to check out Kyoko's room, right? Very well, let's go. How's it going? Just a small recap. Who came back from the data center? And... No, wait, what did we do? Okay, so the body blew up. We got the key to the data center, went to the data center. And now we're coming back to investigate the body for a class trial. There's a tarp in the tool shed that's wet on one side and dry on the other side. And then there's a missing chicken. And it's basically all we found so far. As we inspected the body, and it's probably not Kyoko's body. It had fake fingernails and a tattoo on one hand. We're kind of level model, nice. What are you working? What hack are you working on for? Is it like one of your own hacks, or is it a collab hack? Yeah, now we're going with Byakuya to check out Kyoko's room. Ah, wait for me! Byakuya walked off with a second glance, and I hurried after him on our way to the dorms. Well then, here we go. Byakuya took out the key and slid into the keyhole, and then... And it's open. Looks like it. Thanks. Wow, Kyoko's room. So, this is Kyoko's room. It's very plain. No matter when, no matter where. Yeah. Lenti Levels Remake. I don't know what Lenti Levels is. I think I've definitely heard of it, but I don't remember what it was. Here's the bathroom. She might have certain articles hanging out to dry. I better not look inside. What if there's evidence in there, Makoto? What? You're such a little wuss. Who cares if you see some of her clothes? There's something on the table. It's a wood block decoration. Seeing is more evidence. Makoto's a beta count +1. It's like a life or death situation. Oh no, I can't see her panties. There might be drying panties in there.
What?
What's that? What purpose does it serve? I think it's probably a key. The lockers at those really traditional public bathhouses use them for lockers. Well, I wouldn't know. I've never gone to a public bathhouse. That doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Byakuya doing something like that.
It's certainly possible.
But if it is a key, I think I may know what it unlocks. Really? What? Unless I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure I saw something in the dojo that this might go to. A dojo? Okay. Here's her bed. I don't see anything interesting here, at least not as far as the case is concerned. She's missing her lint roller. What happened to her lint roller? Maybe not everyone got a lint roller. We're not looking in her drawer. Nope. I want to check if she has her sewing kit still. Maybe she doesn't. No lint roller? Sus. She's been linting hairs all over the place. Who has been in her room? We'll never know. Hey, I think it'd be wise to look around a bit more. Okay, can we go in now? It's a bathroom. Okay. Still can't go in. Can we talk to him?
What?
You wanted to come here, right? So what is it you're looking for? Nothing in particular. I just thought we might find some kind of clue here. A clue that might help us understand Kyoko.
Come on.
You can't be serious. That's why you made me take my time. That's why you made me take time out of my search to come here. Sorry. Regardless, if you plan on poking around at random, you're doomed no matter how much time you take. Basically work on this to get more practice for level modding. Nice, nice, that's good. Definitely need to practice to get better at it, so. Surely you have something more concrete. Something to give us more something to give us some sort of direction here. More concrete. Oh, I know. Earlier, Kyoko gave me something. Huh? What's this?
It's true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. Don't open it yet. Only open it if something ever happens to me. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Found it. It's like her love letter or her will or something. Like, I don't know what this is. We don't know if something happened to her yet. I guess we're gonna open it anyways. What's in the envelope? Kyoko gave it to me. She said if something ever happened, I should open it. Well, something has certainly happened. So open it. Okay. I opened the envelope and looked inside. Inside was a single piece of paper. Under the sheets? It's a weird message.
What?
That's all that was in there. Yeah, it looks like it. Under the sheets, what could it be? But could something be hidden under the bed sheets? Kyoko turned 2D. She became a 2D and is in the bed. Yo, what's up, Banana? Busy again today, but have fun. Thanks. Try to catch up with VODs. Yeah, I know it's probably tough. Look at this mean, yeah. She's been hiding under the blanket. There's a hole in the bed that goes underground. And she's been like tunneling in and out using that. Gonna drop, but good luck, have fun. Thanks, Banana. I'll catch you around when you're not busy sometime. But yeah, hope you have a good day. She's Parappa herself. They're already Parappa, true. True. Part of me didn't expect to find anything, but as I lifted up the sheets, there's a pair of her panties. What's this? I found a crumpled up piece of paper. It's another piece of paper. In the drawer. Open a drawer. Found another piece of paper. Oh shit. Class 78 student registry? Mukuro Ikusaba?
I see.
It appears to be Mukuro Ikusaba's profile. Yeah, looks like it. That's probably the other thing Kyoko stole when she stuck in the headmaster's room, along with the key. God, you're so annoying! I'll tell you, it was a key and me. That's it. This was the blank that Monokuma was talking about. Kyoko said a death without meaning was unappealing, and this is what she left behind. I don't have time for your sentimental indulgences. Hurry up and finish your search. Okay. I made an effort to pull myself together, then looked down at the profile sheet. Sex, F. Blah 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 blah. Name, Mukuro Ikusaba. Sex, female. The ultimate soldier. She failed sex. He failed sex. Same, dude. That's the one grade you got. You got an F in it. Relatable character. The ultimate soldier, just like me. She's just like me. Although small for her age, she was a military specialist trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood. What, from childhood? And soon found herself completely absorbed in it. Kami. The salute. Oh my god. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. What kind of survival game tournament is for elementary school kids? Just before entering middle school, while she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. She won the Hunger Games? Yeah, I guess so. The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information, and she was never found. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Fenrir for those 3 years. Okay. She insists that she hadn't been kidnapped, that she received battle training of her own volition. I guess no one suspects the little girl, huh? However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. Mukuro's profile has been added to the True Plus Streamer Handbook. The Ultimate Soldier, a mercenary group? This doesn't feel real. The world they grew up in, it's like a completely different dimension. It's like one's non-fiction and the other's sci-fi. There's no way to even compare the two. That's how different this is. That was how I saw things as just an ordinary person, but then...
I see.
I never imagined I would hear this name Fenrir in a place like this. Huh? You recognize it?
Naturally.
The Fenrir Mercenary Corps is a collection of battle-crazed warmongers. But they do have their uses, and they always get the job done. That's worth remembering. This is all part of a world totally removed from the one I live in. I have to say, I'm intrigued. Every rumor I've heard says that Fenrir has already.
Found it.
Whoa! Feel like our hero's becoming a bit player and a bit... What? Becoming a bit player? And a bit player is becoming our hero. Okay. It's you. Question mark. What have you got in your little hand there? Oh, you found her profile? So what have we did?
Hey.
Don't freak out on me. I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. And in case you're wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoko either, even though she stole it and hid it. After all, There's no rule against stealing, is there? But who I can't forgive is Miss Ogami, who broke the rules and busted into the headmaster's room. Maybe I'll drag her corpse out here and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivorous, you know.
What?
Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You're quite adamant about these regulations of yours. Of course I am. A proper school life is built on a dedication to organization and order. Which is why even I, as a school headmaster, have to follow the regulations myself. Wait, do you sleep in a dorm room? Oh, so you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well?
Of course.
Absolutely! I can't have you complaining about how unfair it all is now, can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? Interesting? It's about the one writing all the rules. They're actually one of the participants in this killing game. I don't think I ever actually told you how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
When you all first got together in the main hallway back when, there were 15 people there, right? I think that first meeting may have led you to a little misunderstanding among you all. Misunderstanding? Are you saying 79?
in other words,
That's right! There weren't actually 15 of you!
yes indeed.
And total number of students taking part in this killing game was actually 16! 16? Then...
Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school.
we know this.
The one they call the ultimate despair.
Look, Makoto's kind of slow, okay?
Watch out for her.
The 16th student, Mukuro Ikusaba. She's part of the school life. So the one making all the regulations is... Hmm? Did you say something? Why are you telling us this? Oh, well, because... Why should she get drafted to trials? Yeah, I know. I think she's special. Like I told you, this killing game is desperately popular! You wouldn't believe the ratings! And since we got so many viewers now, I wanted to make sure everyone's on the same page. I don't want to wake up to a hurricane of complaints and hate mail, you know?
Yes indeed.
Makes sense.
Well now.
Okay, that's all you get for now. If they're controlling Monokuma when they're at the trials already, I guess technically, yeah. Oh, actually, I do have some revenge to get, so I have an extra bonus for you. Revenge? I want to get back at the sneaky Miss Kirigi, so I'm gonna share a little secret with ya. Seriously?
Hey,
You know how she wore those stupid gloves day in, day out, all the time? Well, don't tell anyone I told you, but... she wears them to cover up hidden scars that she doesn't want to see. What? Okay, now that's all you get. Interesting. Kyoko wears those gloves to cover a bunch of scars? Wait, so on the back of her hand. A tattoo. Wait, but no. Monokuma specifically said there were scars, right? That's why Kyoko wears those gloves, to hide the scars. Which means... those fake nails on the corpse. Are you thinking about Kyoko again? Huh?
What?
Forget about her. What matters right now is uncovering Monokuma's trap. His trap?
Such ignorance.
God must have really hated you to make you so dull. Don't you remember what Monokuma just told us? He said there were 16 students, right? Which means Mukuro was a student here.
That's right.
Obviously, Monokuma was trying to tell us that Mukuro is the one creating the rules of the game. But why would he tell us that? And why now? He said he wanted to make things clear so there wouldn't be any complaints later. But the mere fact that he said that proves that Mukuro is connected to this case. That's why Monokuma revealed the existence of a 16th student. He needs to make our investigation fair. Mukuro's related to the case?
It's certainly possible.
Perhaps she's the one who killed Kyoko. What? That would explain why we would have to have a class trial, wouldn't it? If she's a student, and she killed someone, that would make her part of the school killing game. Mukuro is the killer? She killed Kyoko? Anyone should be able to come to that conclusion, don't you think? In fact, that's exactly what I thought when the investigation first began.
What?
But based on what Monokuma just told us, I've changed my mind.
It's all clear now.
Mukuro Ikusaba isn't the culprit. Huh? What makes you say that? We thought Mukuro, the ultimate despair, was the mastermind's true identity. But if that's true, Monokuma's behavior makes no sense. Why would the mastermind go out of their way to reveal themselves to us? That's a good point.
So, in other words,
Mukuro giving us information that would raise questions about her would be bold, to say the least. It makes more sense, then, to assume that Mukuro isn't the culprit. So, that's a trap. They want us to suspect Mukuro and come to the wrong conclusion. That's what makes sense to me. What you say definitely seems possible, but if that's really true, if Mukuro isn't the killer, then who is? Well then, I believe our work here is finished. Let's move on. I'm sure there are other places in need of investigation. I should find out if that key and the dojo really are connected.
let's go.
Well, are you coming? Hurry up and check the locker. That's what we're here for, after all. Alright, fine. There are wooden lockers here. They use wood block keys, just like at those super traditional public bathhouses. It looks like the key we found in Kyoko's room really does go to one of these lockers.
I see.
Makoto, do you see the locker farthest to the right?
Very strange.
That's the only one that doesn't have a key in it at the moment. You understand what that means, right? I should probably use the key we found on that locker, right?
That's right.
Well, just try it. Okay. I took out the wood block key and inserted it into the blocker's metal lock and... Go shove it up your ass. That's like a mono line. The locker eagerly accepted the key and it opened. Uh-oh. There are arrows in here. It looks like 10 arrows in total. They look like they're made of titanium, which means they're quite strong despite how thin they are. Of course, with a bow, they're nothing but strong little sticks. Strong sticks. Why is that important? What was the thing at the bottom? Oh, there's something else inside the locker. It's a wadded up ball of duct tape. I wonder what this is used for. Is that a bloodstain?
I see.
If it is, that means it must surely be related to the case. This duct tape is related to the case somehow? But how could it possibly be involved? Bloody duct tape has been added to the shoot blood session room, but I think that's all the locker has to offer for now. Is something wrong?
Very strange.
It's very odd, don't you think? The locker was hiding items that were clearly related to the case. But how did the key to the locker wind up in the victim's room?
Why?
Or perhaps... Byakuya? Forget it. Come on, we need to continue into the next location. Huh? What next location?
What?
There's still something we need to look into. We need to do more research on Fenrir. Fenrir? You mean the mercenary group that Mikuro is part of? But how are we supposed to find out about that? Isn't it obvious? We're in the school. Would you go to do research on something? Research? Are you talking about the archive? That's right. The archive has all kinds of info that the general public doesn't have access to.
Let's go.
We only have so much time before the trial begins. Let's hurry. Oh boy. I believe there's a file related to Fenrir somewhere over here. Yaku seemed to know the archive at the back of his hand. It went straight to a shelf in the back. Ah, here we go. He quickly returned with a file in hand. Okay,
I see.
take a look at this. I have no idea what it says. What language is this? How did you make it all the way to high school without learning a single word of French? I'm pretty sure most high schoolers can't speak French. I want a pillow. Attack my Velcro. Wee wee! Well, whatever. I'll read it for you. But I expect you to repay your debt 100 times over. Essential skill of French, yep. Ho ho. Mukuro's totally the dead one, right? Probably. I mean, she had a Fenrir tattoo. Like, the corpse had a Fenrir, like, tattoo on her hand. So unless Kyoko is also part of Fenrir, which is possible. And no scars? Yeah, true. No scars. 100 times? Isn't that kind of extreme? Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out of the Middle East. It's like fondling dead bodies, yeah. Unlike military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. What is this? Like Fire Emblem? Just like Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok, their mere presence is enough to strike fear into any enemy. They have been involved in countless military battles and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicate they were killed to keep them from revealing the many state secrets they'd acquired. Some, however, believe there was mounting internal tension within the group, and they simply imploded. Mukuro iced the Fenrir gang? Oh shit. Mukuro's a team killer? Oh my god.
What?
What is it? This all just sounds like some kind of alternate reality. Well, it isn't. This is our reality, the only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields aren't much different from our lives here. An unpredictable and unimaginable world. That's what makes it all so exciting. Exciting definitely isn't the word I'd use. So, did anything jump out at you? This may be your last opportunity to learn about Fenrir. Now that you mention it. The report said something about where the name Fenrir comes from, right? That's right. It said Fenrir is the Wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something interesting related to that? To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad will get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on the body. What? Speed it up, Makoto. They got a tattoo of Fenrir? Huh? Could that mean? Oh my god. Oh, that's it? Okay. That's all the time we get?
Time is utterly silent, and yet it constantly assaults us. organisms, the Earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that. Anyway, it's time to begin the class trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot. See you later.
Good luck. Thank you. Is Kyoko gonna show up? She has to show up, right? Unless she's dead or something. Or, like, in a prison. I don't know. What happens if you don't go to a trial? I guess you get punished, right? So you have to go to the trial. Then the time has come. All we can do now is try to uncover the truth in the class trial.
That's right.
It would seem that way. Let's go. Back of ice cream? Nice. What flavor? Whoa, Bianca and Makoto show up together. Where the heck have you two been? You just disappeared without a word. We were investigating, of course. How could you not figure that how could you not figure that out by this point? Vanilla, nice. My favorite. Actually, I like cherry now. Like the double cherry. The cherry ice cream with the cherries in it. Should go get some ice cream? Yeah. Makoto's ranked high enough for you guys to go together? Just the two of you? $12 for a pint of ice cream? Damn. What the fuck? Vanilla butterscotch? That's good too, yeah. The store. Well. Oh, you got COVID? Yeah. What? Are you jealous? Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself?
What?
Stop talking and brace yourselves. You'll be here any second. Any second? He could show up at any time. When I imagined what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself. But we stood there for 5 full minutes, waiting for something weird to happen. And then 5 minutes became 10.
Why?
What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokuma shown up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? What should we do? Should we keep waiting here? Or what? Jesus! Did I scare you?
Come on.
I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? What made you wait? You've got it all backwards. You're the ones making me wait. Huh?
In other words,
Waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start till everyone's here now, can we? What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you. Sorry, but you're wrong. But we've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the one making us all wait, right? If we all agree it's a violation, I'll arrange a punishment right now. If it's me you're waiting for, I'm here. When we all heard that voice, we all spun around to look.
Hey,
I'm here, and no rule's been broken. Kyoko. Kyoko, you're still alive? No, that's a ghost. Stop talking. If you want to fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some of the fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay there's no particular penalty for being late?
is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulation did I violate? Am I wrong? You're so selfish. So spoiled. Right. There's no penalty officially, but I bet you'll be sorry later. Oh, I'll make sure you're sorry later. Anyway, hustle your butts onto the elevator. I'll be just one step ahead of ya. When Monokuma's gone, we all rush up to Kyoko. and beat the shit out of her. Kyoko! What if this one was Hero? So, you really didn't die?
Indeed.
That was an alibi, but what if he didn't? Of course I didn't die. Thank God, I'm so glad you're okay. As like the only other somewhat rational girl left in the school. Probably good for Hina that Kyoko's still alive. Perhaps, but that's not necessarily a good thing for us. Huh? He's right! Now I've got to deal with a ghost! I told you, stop talking.
Let's go.
Come on, let's just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial. Without ever looking directly at Kyoko, Byakuya stepped onto the elevator. Master, wait for me! Good call. Who knows what may happen to us if we take too long.
But
I'll be happy when this trial's all over. One after another, everyone piled into the elevator. I don't think anyone's ever happy when the trial's over. But I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you. Where have you been this whole time? You used that key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you? So... Yochi's here! What?
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms. The second floor?
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcements because of that. I had no idea a body had been discovered. Then, when did you find out?
So...
Just now. I finished my search and came back down, just in time to hear the class trial announcement. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to trial completely uninformed, can I? So that's why you were late.
However...
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you were on the second floor of the dorms, then that's what the key you found goes to?
Wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words...
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What? Okay.
just a second.
Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma!
Makoto.
We can go over all the details after we get through the trial, okay, Makoto? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation.
It would seem...
Because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her? Keep it that way. 27 grams of sugar? Yeah, it's a lot of sugar. That's a strange way to put it. The class trial is important for everyone, right? So why would she say it's a crucial moment for her?
Goodbye.
Well, if that's all... Seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator. Having some anyways, but I think twice even harder in the future. Trying to get addicted to sugar, fair enough. The door slid shut. This time, the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears, and a dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes. What kind of trial room do we have this time? But it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was a blinding light of despair. Oh, great.
Can't wait! I can't wait!
Ah, I've been waiting for this. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. Studio audience. The time for pointless jokes and jokes has passed.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Let's get on with the show. And so, this curtain opened for the 5th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate. A deadly class trial. Pre-trial prep. Alright. What do we figure out? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a pipe. Donk! The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Well, the victim has to be the 16th student, right? Mukuro? Well, what's up, Aglap? Any anime enjoyers? True. I am definitely an anime enjoyer. How did she get killed? It was probably the pipe. Like, who could even kill her? So, the other 4 students have solid alibis, right? So it has to be Kyoko. Either that or she killed herself again. I mean, they could be lying again about the rock solid alibi. Maybe like someone left or something. I don't know. Maybe it's fake. I don't think so. I mean, there was a bomb in her, and that was a bomb from Monokuma. And we watched the 4 take the bomb out. Before we even went to the room. Like, who planted the bomb? Bomb has been planted. Makoto killed her in his room. Kyoko hid it idea. But there was a bomb in it. So Kyoko would have to have known that we got a bomb from Monokuma. And then planted it on the body. I don't know if anything contradicts that. The thing is, the body wasn't there in the morning. Chat slightly kind of stream from the right. Oh. Thank you. Whoops. I don't even know I'm moving. I moved live split. Apparently. Cat box. Here we go. Let's move it here or something. Is the bomb in the body same as the Monokuma bomb they found? I think so, because the bomb from Monokuma was missing when we went to go check it. They don't think possible someone here killed the super soldier. They really do not have the dog in them. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Makoto is a secret samurai. Genocide Jill may have that dog in here, true. But she doesn't. Genocide Jill doesn't kill girls. And she also kills them in this very specific manner. He like hangs them up with scissors. Yeah, it's weird. I don't think Makoto could have done it. But anyways, the body had to have been moved to the garden after we woke up. Okay, first of all, there's no body in Makoto's room, right? When we woke up. So if Kyoko hit it, she would have had to move it to an intermediate spot. There was also no blood in Makoto's room. There's like no one left to blame. Yeah. Mukuro must also be the genocider. Like, did Mukuro take the bomb and plant it inside her own body? I don't know. Did she stab herself with a knife somehow? Take the fake body route. But would that trigger a class trial if the body wasn't actually like real? Also, there was a hand with a tattoo on it. Like, also the jacket was backwards, right? She's a mastermind. Doesn't matter what the rules are. Fair. Like, if the body was Mukuro's and she killed herself, like, she could have, like, taken the bomb from the gym and went to the garden and then, like, slipped and fell on a knife like a cartoon and then, like, rolled over and then the bomb exploded just as Toko went to go inspect the body. It's a motion activated bomb though, right? So that kind of makes sense. Yes. Well, she also got hit in the head with a pipe, it said. Or something as thick as a metal pipe. It doesn't say it's a pipe, but it was as thick as a metal pipe. Thought the body was a wooden doll instead of seeing the Monokuma corpse alarm. I see. The explosion has burnt the upper half of the body beyond your recognition. The upper half of the body remained on fire and had to be extinguished. Because of this, the upper half was soaking wet while the bottom half remained dry. It's a Monokuma corpse alarm. It's a body discovery announcement. Well, let's go something diameters. Yeah, I know, right? Tattoo in the right hand, tattoo of a dog. Sprinklers. So the body was moved to the garden after 7:30. So the person died somewhere else. Couldn't meet the others in gym. Together they head to the headmaster's room. They took out the bomb from Monokuma's body this morning. They discovered the body at 9. So sometime between 7:30 and 9, the body was moved to the garden along with the bomb from the gym. It's possible that Toko could have planted the bomb on the body. When was the body discovery jingle played? It was when we went to the... Toko came back. Was it Mokono meme or actually actual deal. It was real, I think. So Toko came back. As Genocide Jill, and they told us there was a body in the garden. Which makes sense. So Toko probably went to the garden. She couldn't have planted the bomb though, because she would have fainted. Toko went to the garden and fainted. Woke up as Genocide Jill, and then came back to tell us there's a body. Wasn't the whole thing that there wasn't a body discovery announcement though? Oh, right. You're right. The body discovery announcement was played in the data center, actually. Yes, it was in the data center. Yeah, Toko found a dead body. No, you're right. I forgot. I misremembered. So, Toko found the body and fainted. Came back as Genocide Jill. Told us there was a body there. Went to go investigate it. And then Toko touched the body and it exploded. Like, Genocide Jill touched the body, exploded. We found the key to the data center on the body. Then we went to go check out the data center. While we were in the data center, Monokuma showed up and played the discovery announcement then. Then we had to go back and actually do the investigation. So Monokuma was out for a time. I still think the body was moved here, though. Also, the jacket's on backwards. So it looks like the killer almost planted the jacket on the body. It's possible the killer planted the knife on the body as well. Like, they actually killed them with a pipe. And then they just stabbed the victim to hide the murder weapon. The arrow is probably a murder weapon. There was no arrow in the victim. And there were no bloody arrows either. There was duct tape, though. I don't know how the arrows have anything to do with the case. Was the night when Makoto was sick in the scene? Yes. Kyokyo could have killed him during that night? Yes, exactly. Everyone else was in the gym during that night. So the only one that could have been... The only one that could be a killer is Kyoko, if we count Makoto out. So also this bloody duct tape. Kyoko bonked her head with a titanium arrow. Would that kill you though? Like a bundle of titanium arrows. Mask could have been used to hide the identity. Kyoko also has a key that can go into any room. Mask could have been used to hide identity. Yeah. Mask was just put on someone else. But who else would be dead? Like, everyone else is alive. The only person that could be dead is the Fenrir guy. Yeah, so everyone is Everyone we know that was alive before is still alive now. They're at the trial. We know that Yasuhiro, Byakuya, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko are all alive. Along with ourselves. So the only one that could be dead is Mukuro. Could have been only Mukuro? Yes. Mukuro is the only one that could be the victim. There's no murder, there's a heart attack, and then genocide check is just being weird. There's also other stuff in here, like there's a dirty tarp. There's a tarp hitting among the other items in the tool shed. One side was wet and filthy with mud and grime. The other side was completely clean and dry. Okay, it's possible the body wasn't moved and they were just covered with a tarp. And then the tarp was moved after the sprinklers went off. But there's no blood on the bottom side of the tarp. I guess it could be normal because the knife is propping it up. There's also missing chicken. Like, what does a chicken have to do with the murder? Where did the missing chicken go? Is the chicken also a victim? You can technically kill two... You can technically kill twice, right? So... Could it also be Kyoko in a Master in the Night? It could have been. But she's still alive. So the victim has to be Mukuro. Why would she do it though? Maybe she protected Makoto. The body was exploded, so yeah. Don't know who's behind the mask. But it's probably Mukuro. She does have a Fenrir tattoo. We know that Mukuro had a Fenrir tattoo. Is Mukuro there? Yeah. I mean, there's no one else that could be dead. It's unknown if it's her in the night. Yes, that's fair. That's fair. But regardless, like, we just have to find out who the killer is. We don't really need to know what happened. My best guess is that Kyoko killed Mukuro. I don't really know how she did it or when she did it and why she blew up the body and like why there's so much stuff going on. But it's also that Makoto did it somehow. Maybe Makoto somehow killed Mukuro and then Kyoko hid the body like Dak thinks. But there's no evidence of a struggle in the room. It's possible Makoto went like super sicko mode. But this is the ultimate soldier we're talking about, so... Also, I don't know why a chicken would be missing. Maybe Makoto's a werewolf and he ate a chicken. He caught lycanthropy. The ultimate lucky student's left pipe fell from the ceiling and hit them on the head and rolled away. Maybe Makoto's sickness is lycanthropy and he turned to a werewolf. It was it just happened to be full moon that night. He turned to a werewolf, fought off his attacker, ate a chicken, and then Kyoko hid the body. Chicken gets killed to trigger the dead body announcement. Okay, here's the thing though, right? 3 people have to discover the body for the announcement to trigger. So if the person who killed the chicken was the only person that witnessed the chicken's death, that's the chicken's body, then the announcement wouldn't have been triggered. Unless they like hid. 3 people rule in this game. Yeah. Unless they hid. Let me check that. I think that might be in the regulations. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure if it actually explicitly says in the regulations. Yeah, it only says once a murder takes place. But they did say at some point that 3 people need to discover it. Because that prevents the announcement from triggering as soon as you kill someone, right? If it was only one person, then as soon as you kill someone, the announcement would play. Or if you had an accomplice, as soon as you kill someone, then the announcement would play. So the rule is 3. 3 people have to be present for the announcement to be played. Accomplices are useless though. Yeah, it's just a plot thing, kind of. Yo, Cosmo. It's going okay. Going okay. I still have some congestion, but I think the sickness is over. That's nice. It's just some lingering symptoms. And we're about to go into the 5th trial. This is a very convoluted. It's not convoluted. It's just we don't have very much to go on in this trial. Even less to go on than any of the previous trials. Where did the chicken go then? I don't know. I don't know where the chicken went. There was no chicken corpse. Also fake nails. Yeah, I think that's just like a... That's just something that Mukuro wore, I guess. I don't know. He just had fake nails. I don't know why. Maybe that has something to do with the case later. But yeah, I think the tarp was on the body. It doesn't make sense why they would put a tarp on the body. Wouldn't they just move the body later? They wanted to keep the body dry. Tarp has been used to move the body, but it's... There's no blood on the tarp, I think. Fever's down quite a bit today. That's good. That's good. Headache isn't as bad. That's nice. Yeah, good to hear that. Was the body moved there, or was the tarp used to cover it? Because the body wasn't wet when the sprinklers went off. It's possible that the tarp was used to move the body as well. But there's no blood on the tarp. It's just dirty on one side. They have 2 skill points and a couple new skills, I think. What ambidextrousness? Allows you to lock onto 2 statements at once. Effective during the bullet time battle. Cost 4 SP. Okay. So they move the body alive. They move a live body in tarp? Possible. I think the tarp was used to cover the body at some point to prevent it from getting wet, but doesn't really make sense. Show them on a Kumo file? Yeah, sure. I think we're not going to change our skills this time. I think I'm happy with the skills that we have. Due to the explosion, I guess the is written twice. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Must be important. the explosion. Other wounds. It's probably talking about Mukuro. Because Mukuro was a soldier, so she probably suffered other wounds previously. Must have been dead for ages. Maybe. I don't think so. I think she was just wounded in combat previously. That's what it's referring to. If she was dead before, there wouldn't be blood on her, right? I guess because the blood would be dry if she was dead a long time ago. Unless she died like a few days ago and then you stabbed into a corpse. How does blood work? Yeah. I think it will dry out in a dead body. If you just stab a dead person, yeah, I'm not sure. If there's no open wound, does blood dry in a dead body? I don't know. It's probably a good thing that I don't know. Can't imagine it does. Not an expert here, I see. Learned in Sonian Fells that if you stab a dead person, it doesn't bleed. I see. Okay. If you have a balloon full of paint with the paint inside dry. Yeah, but blood is different. Because blood actually has access to air exchange through your lung. And it also is usually undergoing constant flow. There's no heart pumping in blood, then there's no blood movement, right? Yeah. I don't know. I guess that's something that we'd have to look up on the internet, but okay, I don't think Toko did it, because if Toko did it, she wouldn't agree to go to the garden, right? So, the one thing I know for sure is that the bomb had to be planted between us leaving the gym and us going to the headmaster's room. Because we moved the bomb out of Monokuma in the morning when we went to the gym at 7:30. And then we went to the Master's room, leaving the bomb in the gym, and then somehow the bomb ended up in the body and exploded when we looked at it. As GMD accounted the truth bullets. So only Toko could have picked up the bomb. Toko or Kyoko could have picked up the bomb. But I don't know how Kyoko would know about the bomb. Also, Toko likely fainted when Toko saw the body, because there was blood on the body. So it's unlikely that Toko did it, but I don't know how Kyoko would have known that there was a bomb available. Obviously the corpse couldn't move the bomb, right? Anyways, we don't have much to go on. Maybe a chicken witnessed the murder and they had to be killed. No witnesses. I don't think we're gonna change our skills. Lock onto 2 statements at once. I don't think I need this. If we have extra skill points, we could use it. But I'd probably want Cool and Compose instead anyways. So we're just gonna leave our skills for now. And get to the trial.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So,
Stitchkin's
your votes will determine
witness
the
caused the
results.
dead body announcement. Maybe. My biggest... My prime suspect is Kyoko. And I really hope it's not Kyoko, because I wanted to talk to Kyoko more. This is the migraine trial grounds, yep. Actually, I'm gonna get more water before we do this. Give me a sec. Okay, yeah. My only hypothesis is Kyoko had access to the second floor of the dorms, right? So she might have noticed Mukuro come out and go to Makoto's room. Thought you first just pause. So I think she followed Mukuro to Makoto's room, killed Mukuro before Mukuro could kill Makoto. What's the Kyoko dorm trick again? Kyoko has a set of tools that allows her to open any door. So she was able to go to the second floor of the dorms. I think she murdered Mukuro to protect Makoto, and then tried to pin the blame on someone else, but couldn't because everyone was in the gym together. So everyone has a solid alibi. And her only hope was to blow up the body. Basically. In the murder on Makoto as usual. She's protecting Makoto while she pins someone. True. Because if they don't find her, then Makoto dies anyways, right? Yeah, the only way that Makoto would live is if she killed Mukuro and then confessed to it. Yeah, I don't know. So did she somehow make Mukuro kill herself then? And then set us up in a way that we would somehow discover that? Another suicide? She might have set up a trap or something, but would that count as you blackening? You being the blackened? Maybe she psychologically damaged Mukuro and Mukuro took her own life. I don't know. She guilt tripped her. Got a new Reki in Essence 4? Nice. We're that part of theorizing it. I mean, everyone else has an alibi. Maybe Bakia is lying about the alibi. I mean, they went to the washroom in pairs. I don't know. Maybe you did it in your sleep. Possible. Yeah, maybe Makoto turned to a werewolf. Like my werewolf hypothesis. Okay, anyways, let's just get on with the trial, I guess. There's gonna be probably more information that comes up in the trial.
If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one...
Werewolves beat regular wolves? Yeah, of course. Also, the chicken was missing. That would explain the missing chicken. Makoto was hungry in his werewolf form, so he ate a chicken.
Then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the
The
unidentified
usual
victim
extra
is.
autopsy report.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
Yeah, it's Kyoko.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
That's a ghost, obviously.
No, that's a ghost.
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
Kyoko's gloves. Kyoko's piercing glare.
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
Someone.
And would you happen to know the answer?
Ooh.
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
Are they gonna force Kyoko to show us her hands? We're gonna get a hand reveal? Somebody that course is Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but to. Can I get a hand reveal?
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
We're gonna use a tattoo, I guess?
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
All about it isn't Kyoko's gonna prove it. We should tattoo. I mean, clearly, before the explosion, she wasn't wearing gloves still. The body wasn't wearing gloves. They got burnt up in the explosion. Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
So what did body analysis? Does your hand count as the upper half of your body? Or the lower half of your body?
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's...
Tattoo,
The
dog,
dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the
fake
explosion.
nails.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely...
To prove Kyoko's not a robot either. Must have been wearing gloves. She definitely wasn't, right? Do I prove it with the...
That Kyoko
Exploded
there is
body
just a
analysis?
ghost.
Impossible.
Okay,
I don't know if it
then
counts as the
prove it.
bottom half
Prove
of your
she's not a
body.
ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves.
We also have fake nails, but doesn't really help. Here?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Nope.
Shit! That Kyoko there...
We just use the fact that she wasn't wearing gloves. To just steal the bullet.
Impossible.
So Kyoko's
prove
fuck.
it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No again. Take base and output resolution to 720p, so a couple 1080p. You can always downscale it. You can't upscale very easily. I guess we use that tattoo then.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then saying she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Nope, not again.
Shoot!
The nails? What? I'm already stuck on this stupid part. If I make to wear gloves with nails, I guess.
That Kyoko there is just a...
But you could still do it.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up.
Seems this discussion causing too many problems. It's just so stupid.
Gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Okay.
No, it's wrong.
We went through every single possible combination of things. Too stupid to get it right, yeah.
There's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life.
Peppy Kyoko has nails though? Oh. Does she cut her nails? She must, right?
If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
It's you, hero.
That's the
You
first
died.
thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Before anything, we have to identify the victim. Hero's the ghost, yep. And also a woman. And from Fenrir. And wears fake nails. Everything starts from there. Okay. Sprinklers, exploded body analysis, and
Kyoko really is
tattoo.
still alive. Then who died?
Just at the Cassiopeia.
Some way to figure it
Oh
out.
no.
I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
Just a tattoo. One thing that can tell us is on the victim's own body.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
Seems particularly ridiculous. Yeah, it's a little ridiculous right now. At the trial, at least.
Can't identify the body.
No, it's wrong.
The first one was just that stupid. We're already doubting the
There
case.
was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? If you're lying, you'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
You've seen a few of them already, Hero. I don't think
She's just being
you should be
stupid.
so happy.
Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
Hero is being sus?
The key to figuring out who it was
What did you just say, Hero?
is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Holy shit. Okay, who wrote Toko? I need to see the credits for who wrote Toko's lines. They're gonna hell.
Seriously? You really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
If you compare the tattoo to other information we have, the victim's identity should become clear. The profile, right? Yep, there's a tattoo in there.
The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is... Oh, come on. Did we really need to do this?
Now I understand.
We really need
The
to do
representation
this.
of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast.
It's the best sentence cabinet they've ever done.
He's the child of the trickster god Loki and the female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir.
Well, I wouldn't jump to that conclusion, but
So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
if you get a dog tattoo, you're in Fenrir, so watch out, guys.
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool last trial?
Well, I guess Markman just told us,
No.
so...
It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
She lied to me? Oh my god. How could you, Kyoko? We trusted you.
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
Sus?
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time, and when she finally turns up, she gets killed. Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
This is like when you start the game and you go AFK for Among Us. You're just AFK and then you just die. You show up late as soon as you leave the meeting room, you die.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another
She
participant.
was just sitting there. She just went to the washroom and came back. It's like, oh, I gotta start now. Instantly dies. You get a chance to get a pizza rolls.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay, okay. We're in the the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost.
We're just talking about how to escape the school, ignoring the trial altogether.
Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
Oh shit.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Big brains, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. A 17th classmate, true.
Nope. There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Phantom 6 member. Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Oh shit. Based on what we know, there can be only two suspects, Makoto and Kyoko.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain.
Does Kyoko not know that we have alibis? I guess she doesn't.
Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm.
But the body was moved, actually. She was probably doing her own shit again. The body was moved to the garden, so this doesn't actually give them an alibi, I guess.
That at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
Kyoko doesn't seem to know about the bomb either, though. Hina's alone getting breakfast. Uh-oh.
Exactly so.
Hina murdered. So the only suspects are now are me and Kyoko. Damn it, I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Yes!
Well, before
Objection!
I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Objection! You gotta slam your desk, Makoto. And then point. Objection!
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock.
You also have to change the music when you do it. So it must have been around 10 o'clock, okay.
So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
Should finish A to get all the memes.
Whoever saw the body first was Toko, right? She went to go get the pickaxe.
That's, yeah, that's the reason. So what time was the body discovered? at 9.
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Now then, Toko, what time is it? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock. So it's probably 9 on the dot now. Search for some mod that adds voiceover kinds. Yeah, I have to voice act a lot in that game. Okay, go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01.
He's right. It had to be around then.
No, there's no voice acting in AA, except for the objection and like some other pop-ups. I think someone said the later AAs have some voice acting during intermissions or cutscenes, but otherwise there's no voice acting.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
I think I'm around to downloading Abby Demux. Yeah, that's a good program. Sore thread that I'm not streaming it. Yeah, exactly.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
The murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. till 7:30 a.m. Okay, then it looks like the game has begun. If I can't prove an alibi for that period, then I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear when the body ended up in the garden. We use the sprinklers, right? Cut the PB for milliseconds to edit it. Oh.
For the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Why is someone saying 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock?
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
Something that happens in the garden at the same time every morning. Right, so when do we use the sprinkler thing? 10 o'clock at night? Yeah, I guess it's 10 o'clock at night, right? Because we have to argue that if what they think is true, that the body has been there the whole time, then the body would have been wet when we got there. So either the body wasn't from the garden, like either the murder didn't take place in the garden, or the body was moved there, or the murder took place after 7:30.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock and...
No, that's wrong! Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
It's also possible that the tarp was covering the body during the sprinklers going off, but then why would you move the corpse? And there's would have to be someone that actually covered the tarp and removed the tarp sometime after 7:30, right? So we have an alibi starting from 7:30, so it couldn't have been us anyways.
And what makes you say that?
So either we didn't do it, or everyone else doesn't have an alibi.
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30...
We should cast and voice act Ace Attorney. If you guys want to join me for voice acting on stream, I'd be more than welcome to join. I wouldn't mind that.
Then it should have been completely soaked.
You would help out? Okay. I can ask in the Discord. We need more girls? Yeah. I do every single voice, and all my girl voices are like the same.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
They're all Sody screaming like a maniac.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words?
What the fuck? Toko's so fucked up in the head.
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
I wish I could, yeah. And to prove that it wasn't the sprinklers that got the body wet, all I have to do is hit Toko. I thought that sentence was gonna end with a different noun. All I have to do is hit Toko with certain evidence, and that should do it. If we look at the body itself, that should make it clear. What, we're doing this now? Okay.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! How can you say it?
This should prove it.
We beat the record of 3 awful rhythm games in a row. I don't want to beat
Just
that
remember
record.
what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
Someone already voiced that the Ace Attorney is awful but very funny. I see. So it's just like a playthrough. I think anyone of V3's Whim games can be worse. Oh no.
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
The play Ace Attorney first before helping VA it. I mean, I'm playing it blind and VAing it blind, so if you want to join, for sure.
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because
Toko just says things. Yeah, definitely. Yo, Jimmy!
while
Thanks for the
body was
follow.
still on fire, I doused it
How's
with
it going?
water, but only the part on fire, the top half.
If you're planning on staying, this is a very spoiler-heavy game. So if you want to play Danganronpa in the future for yourself, feel free to step out. But if you don't mind these spoilers and you want to join us, feel free to stay. Oh, you're probably doing pre-roll ads. Okay, so let me give you my spiel again. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. If you plan on playing Danganronpa for yourself, this is a very spoiler-heavy game, so feel free to click off. But if you don't mind Danganronpa spoilers, then feel free to join us. It's pretty sick, kind of satisfied, but also, you know, stuff like that. It's very entertaining. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I guess if you don't want spoilers, but we would be playing it together, kind of. I mean, you could play it first, or you could play it blind either way. If you whatever one's more suitable for you.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
So the way I'd probably do it is I'd just stream it like normal. If you guys want me to ping you for AE, I can do that as well. But I just stream it as normal, and then if you guys are available, then you can we can hop in a voice call or something, and then you could. I'll just screen share, and you guys can do voice acting. But this would probably be after all the Danganronpa games, as well as the AI Somnium games. So it's gonna be way in the future, unless you guys really want me to do Ace Attorney first. I could do it in between Danganronpa games, but I'm planning to do it after Danganronpa and Somnium Files. You have time. Yeah, you got time.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
Sounds good. Yeah.
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Uh-oh. Kyoko, tell us what you're doing, please. Kyoko's the only one with an alibi, which would mean that Mukuro's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone?
I'd just like to say one thing.
Is she gonna admit it? Oh no.
If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
Okay, so she's claiming that she didn't do it. Huh?
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
That's okay, Kyoko.
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
Don't worry, Kyoko, we can live without you.
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial, something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
So you're saying I did it?
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
True.
Interesting. I'm listening.
Sick pinning. I think she's trying to say that the alibis don't hold up. 'Cause the body could have been moved there.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
Oh, okay. But we still have to remove the tarp. Certain something in the scene was used to cover the body. Could it have been...
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did.
Surprised to hear there's a gap between when you met with Hina and when you went to the gym. No. So we went to the gym immediately after meeting with Hina. So we're in the gym at 7:30. but we disassembled Monokuma. We took the bomb out while we were in the gym, and then by the time we got to the headmaster's room, it was 9. So the 9 o'clock thing is referencing when we got to the headmaster's room and decided to get the pickaxe.
The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
Does that make a tarp dirty? Yeah, I don't really buy that.
Why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Oh shit. How would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? No, I can't think about that right now. That tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body...
Wait. Something's not right.
And what might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, I was gonna think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko said.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
Maybe it's dirty water.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
I remember the blood on the body hadn't dried yet. Jack even warned us not to touch it to avoid getting blood on us.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
No, it's wrong.
But there's a knife in the way. I don't really know if this explains it.
Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Yakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? The blood was camouflage?
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Oh, we got blood from right there in the garden, right? Which just mean to kill the chicken. No. No.
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
The deadly murder of a chicken.
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
I mean, Byaka's done worse. Byaka's done much worse.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
Maybe they did.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around.
Killing a chicken is brutal.
Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
Happened Toko. She did it when she sent for the pickaxe. But regular Toko can't see blood, or she faints. The only side of Toko that can really like actually kill without fainting. I mean, she could have. She wouldn't be able to do the chicken thing, right? Because as soon as she killed the chicken, she would have fainted.
I have to agree.
She can make us handsome Jack, though.
Is strange.
And she would have to plant the bomb and everything, like.
Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
Also, Toko wouldn't have. Toko still has her alibi. Like, she wouldn't have been able to do all this setup beforehand. I mean, that's a lot of setup to do during the time when we sent her out and when she came back as Genocide Jill. She would have to do the murder and all the setup, like go to the gym, get the bomb, kill the chicken, put the chicken blood on the victim. She still couldn't have done the tarp thing. She had an alibi for the tarp thing, right? Yeka did also tell her only to take 1 minute to get the pick, yeah.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off. But the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred.
Quite funny how Andrew rated Prelude early tonight and forgot to stop streaming. Yeah, I used to do that all the time. It was so embarrassing.
They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
Yeah, because there's so much to do to raid someone, and you have to check that the raid happened. You say hello and like all that crap, and you just kind of forget. I think I never streams.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
It's not raid, I just end. Yeah.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
See, Asahina saying the thing that I was thinking the whole time. See those things of emotion, I see.
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body.
But they had to do it after 7:30.
They'd be done in no time.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
What? We went to the gym together.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
She did it super fast on the pick thing. Maybe. Kyoko's smug moment. And the suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? She's getting her revenge, Makoto. She's getting her revenge for you being a little bitch and not telling her information. I don't understand. Oh, we got a new truth bullet. Huh. This guy's dead body.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
Should have went on a date at least once. His fault, to be honest. Yeah.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it?
But yeah, I guess Toko's alibi doesn't hold up either.
Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Yeah, life or death, 50-50 odds.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Oh, what about the bomb? We couldn't have planted the bomb, right?
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
The only one that could plant the bomb was Toko. Or Kyoko.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before.
Now the truth finally comes out about
That's
this
what I
knife.
thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Listen, more important. Now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do with it? We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do. I don't want it anyway. So what to do? Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Huh? Me?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
I couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. Do we bring the bomb out now? I guess we'll just wait for the full conversation to go first.
In the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
You're a serial killer! We already established that the coat was put on the body after the tarp was removed. So the knife wasn't the murder weapon. Which means when the knife was thrust through the coat into the body.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we...
This tells us that there was... okay. Collision. Fragments. Disguised dead body.
I was afraid of that.
What does disguised dead body say? The murder took place before the sprinkler was turned on. The suspect covered the body with a tarp to prevent it from getting wet. Later, when they removed the tarp, the suspect placed a white jacket on the body. The jacket had previously been treated with blood to make it look like the corpse had been wearing it. I actually missed the whole case where Byakuya affected the body. Okay, so... it's really messed up. Okay, so... the whole genocide Jill thing, the way she kills her victims is very particular. So she kills with scissors, and she uses her scissors to suspend the victim's body in like a crucifix kind of position. So arms up, and then she uses the scissors to pierce through the body and into the back wall to suspend them. And she also writes bloodlust on a wall nearby using the victim's blood. So the killer wasn't actually Genocide Jill, but Byakuya changed the crime scene to look like it was a murder by Genocide Jill. So he suspended the body with... he suspended the corpse into that Y position and then wrote bloodlust on a wall with the victim's blood. What? What? And he did that to make the case more exciting. To make it more interesting. So it looked like the killer would be Genocide Jill. It's like... what? Based, to be honest? I wouldn't call that based. You would call it tampering with a crime scene in a very messed up way. Like, first of all, you have to desecrate the corpse. And then you have to, like, put your fingers in the victim's fresh blood and write bloodlust on the wall. Is it mastermind or something? I think he's just messed up in the head. Okay, so we gotta figure out what we're supposed to do here. I already forgot. This is a good entertainer. The ratings are skyrocketing. I have to prove that I didn't do it still. We have to prove that the knife wasn't the murder weapon. We could probably use a disguised dead body, right? I mean, it's a long shot.
Have that knife before, and that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just
Affluent
because I
progeny.
did it once,
It's the ultimate affluent
that
progeny.
automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
She wasn't stabbed to death. Basically an asshole.
Wait, hold on.
The
The
ultimate
stab wound isn't
dickhead.
what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her!
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Why would anyone do that? The stab twice on the same spot? There's no way that's possible. You stab them and then stab them again to cover up the fact that you stabbed them. The exact condition of the body was written down for everyone to see. More like he's on something.
There was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Then the knife.
I can't let anyone know that the knife was a murder weapon. I'm just gonna cover it up by stabbing them again with this knife.
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion!
Let's just do that. Lots of built-up gas. I mean, that's true.
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
There's only one explanation I can think of for the explosion. We use the fragments? Yeah, I guess we use the fragments.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural, because of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
I haven't had a DNC session in like 5 weeks because of the winter break. I had one last week, and there's going to be another one this week, but our party split, so the other half of the party is doing it this week. But yeah, hopefully you guys get your sessions in soon. As soon as everyone gets back from their break and gets back to the usual swing of things.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
Chinese New Year break? Yeah. Like New Year's and then Chinese New Year's. There's a little bit of time in between for people that don't celebrate Lunar New Year. Oh, we need to figure out what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate. I forgot I have to read those lines. Okay, that's all we get. Is whatever hit her in the head, right?
Shall we continue the debate?
Something metal pipe, something.
Fatal
Yep.
Injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
The knife was a cover-up, and all those other wounds on her body wasn't fresh. Which only leaves... Wait, what am I supposed to... Which thing's a contradiction? That's only Asian stuff? Yeah, I guess so. Mostly due to either sickness or two-person's case, the DM having to skip due to sickness and awful sleep. I see, okay. Oh, that seemed correct. I guess the countless wounds, because they don't matter. Hit in the back of her head. Was she hit on the back of her head? I'm guessing it was the countless wounds. Struck on the head of an object about a 6 metal pipe. We don't know if it's back of her head, but... One more session to go before I'm finale session. Ooh. Sounds nice. You guys have something lined up after this campaign? Victim's fatal injury, as we've determined, the explosion and killer wasn't a knife. Hit on the back of her head. Countless wounds. I guess we have to use hit on the back of her head on the victim's fatal injury. New brainstorming new campaign? Okay.
Then shall we continue the debate?
Nice.
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that,
The fate doesn't really end until it's gonna end. Well, you'll get to it eventually.
countless wounds across her entire
It sucks
body.
to drag for so long without like having a D&D session, but you get to it.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
No, that's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
You know, or it's a little annoying. Yeah, for sure.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe!
Lots of hitting people in the head. Yep, that's how you donk someone, I guess.
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Reversing bottles. Bottles don't kill people, though. We already determined that. Even 2 bottles don't kill people.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
You gotta use a wooden mallet.
No way! The balance would be all off.
Sakura isn't people.
Any kind of power.
We have yet to try 3 bottles.
I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
If he still six.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground, and spit on it.
Why is she blushing when she says that?
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
No. We're already fighting.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
Who knows what the next victim will be?
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
The real murder weapon. Was it a bundle of arrows? Is it really the bundle of arrows?
I got it! Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something, and that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
She duct taped the arrows together and then hit her in the head with a bundle of arrows.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird.
That's right, yeah.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master?
That's the only other thing.
No right!
Do not ask Yoko to bundle sticks was called. That's the only other piece of evidence in this case, I suppose. But it could be like literally anything that's pipe-shaped.
I'm not backtalking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Hima for darting it, because there's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret. What else is pipe-shaped? There's lots of pipe-shaped things, like a pipe. I mean, there's stuff in the lockers, like in this hidden room. There's a bunch of cleaning materials in the boys' bathroom. Anyway.
It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master. You have no right!
I guess too thin is the thing. We have to hit with the bloody duct tape. It's just that titanium arrow wouldn't be really nearly thick enough, which is why they used
The titanium arrow.
too thin.
It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too...
No, that's wrong.
I'm gonna use the washroom. 1 sec. I know we're in the middle of a trial, but I got pee real bad.
Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Alright.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled up wad of duct tape.
So the problem here is, why did Kyoko leave the key in her room? Because we know that Byakuya had the key to her room. So either she couldn't have hidden it, or she should have hidden it somewhere else, right? Was it Byakuya? Like, the thing is, we found the key after the murder had taken place. Whoever hid the stuff in this locker must have had the key at the time of the murder. Or at least some point after the murder, right? So in order for us to discover the key, like, it doesn't line up. Yeah, I can point us to that locker directly. I mean, it was labeled 6. So, if Kyoko's a murderer, she would have to have killed the victim, hid the murder weapon, and then put the key back in her own room. But she didn't have the key to her room. She could have used her tools to get in, but why would she do that? She should have hidden the key somewhere else. You remember what's happening now?
The killer probably uses duct tape to bind multiple arrows together.
She had the tool, but why would she put it in her room? Because we have the key to her room. She could have put it literally anywhere. She could have, like, threw it in the incinerator. She could have, like, flushed it down a toilet. She could have, like, swallowed it. She could have just put it in a room that we had no access to. I really like watching this knowing what will happen next. Okay. She wanted us to find the arrows. If she did do the killing, but it doesn't make sense though. The timing doesn't make sense. Whatever, I guess we'll find out.
Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
Maybe she wants to get caught? She just admit it then.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Ah, so wise.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Maybe she's buying time.
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon.
She planted a bomb behind Monokuma. She needs to wait for the bomb to explode. She planted a bomb behind the mastermind.
As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker,
Planted B and is faking A. She's trying to wait till the bomb explodes, yeah.
it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
What? No. You've definitely been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
I mean, I met her in the dojo the day previous. Do we have proof? Yes, the key was in her room. But she didn't have a key to her room, so it's not really proof.
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer.
The arrows cut her hands.
You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to the death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I have evidence? Evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo. Must be connected to that dojo locker. Oh.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is... right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Kyoko can't get into her room. Theoretically, yes.
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
I mean, we know that she could go into her room because she has the tools.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just...
So did Byakuya do it?
There's one more thing I need to ask her.
But Byakuya has an alibi for the killing, right? He wasn't there at the time of the killing. Unless he lied about not seeing anyone in the garden. Because no one else went to the garden. He'd have to have done the tarp thing. He could have had Toko do the tarp thing. And Toko's willing to die for him.
Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you?
What did you do to me?
Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
Always use protection.
What?
She was protecting me? Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked? And she came to my rescue. Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko... She killed someone for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
And they have two headwinds? No, they only have one.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
Did they get hit twice? No, they got stabbed. The Osman struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. Bodies covered other wounds, but these were at least several days old. It was Sakura that got hit twice in the head. What? Byakuya should know better than anyone? What does that mean? Blah, blah, blah. When the body was found. In the head twice, can't remember.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said.
I think Toko planted the bomb.
You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Because Byakuya was the one that told Toko to do all the stuff, right? Byakuya told Toko to get the pickaxe. So that was maybe a signal for her to do everything. I don't know. It's possible Toko could have done the tarp thing and the bomb thing. Anyways.
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Wait, Kyoko gave us a room key to Byakuya, right? Alright, so what do we have here? We have not the killer. We have there's proof. And we have the locker key in my own room. Which would mean...
Those words you just
And the
spoke.
bullets we have is just
What
when
do
the
you
body
mean?
was found.
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something
Locker
from
key?
me.
I think so. That's my best
There's proof
guess.
that you aren't the culprit.
Some of these are pretty cryptic.
Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
There's proof.
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
No, that's wrong.
I mean, that's not really a contradiction, but whatever.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room
Huh? Why not?
because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room,
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
it would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. We're gonna I'm gonna spill the beans right here. Are we gonna spill the beans here in front of everyone? There's a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us. An obvious lie. But this just isn't like her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened? Because she's the killer? Or is this something else? Was there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of the skull will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us. Monokuma's the killer? The mastermind's trap. The mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko? But what if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? Everything's spinning. What should I... The mastermind's trap. The victim was Mukuro? And Kyoko killed her? Just let it spin? I was tempted to. I think it just keeps spinning. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? Mastermind's trap. Okay, okay, come on, Makoto. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? She was grooming you this whole time. She's Sayaka to the extreme. What do I do? I have to decide right here and right now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie. Pursue the lie, let it go, or run away. I gotta run away. Just break the skull wall like a hawk. We have to pursue the lie, right? We can't just let it go. We need to know what Kyoko's doing. Kyoko should be able to prove by herself that she wasn't the killer, if she isn't. To let her live so she can find out, but then we all die, so it doesn't make any sense. We have to pursue the lie.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
A lie?
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you.
Okay, Kyoko.
So let's hear it. Where's this lie, then?
Kyoko's definitely lying. It must be because there's some other deeper truth that she wants to keep hidden. Are you looking down on us, Kyoko? The rest of us don't get to know, but she does. But what if we find out later? Is she just saying that we're too stupid to figure it out on our own? Kyoko used Monokuma's secret tool, which grants access to any room in the school. Okay, yeah, that's definitely the thing we need. Yes.
Because you've given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
Okay, we gotta use it on that part.
When we searched Kyoko's room, how else could the key have gotten there?
Someone other than me must have put it there. That's the only explanation.
Kyoko herself told me before the trial started that she had stolen something very important in the headmaster's room.
I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
Come on, dude.
Then, when we searched Kyoko's room, how else could the key have gotten there?
Someone other than me must have put it there. That's the only
Alpha
explanation.
Classic. Dude, I hate this bullshit. It just makes the game more frustrating to play.
Because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't
Possibly have gotten into my room.
No, that's wrong. No, Kyoko could have gotten into her room. You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Actually, to be precise, not quite. I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What?
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school. Which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing...
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it. So I lost. That's all this means.
Then, are you saying you really didn't... Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
That's it?
I'm
Okay.
sorry to say, but your time is up. All done, all finished. The class trial is
Bad
all
ending clear.
over.
Grats.
That's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
It's because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you. But I guess we already know who the blackened is, don't we?
Shouldn't have told us that. Fool's mistake. What an idiot. No. Oh my god. We couldn't talk to Kyoko for like 2 whole cases, man. Dude. Fuck this. Good job! You got it right! Brilliantly right! We got it right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer? But something strange is going on here. There's something wrong with this whole class trial. Kyoko!
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
Is everyone ready? Okay then!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Kyoko, no. What the fuck? Oh shit. This is probably one of the worst punishments we've seen. Is she a robot? Kyoko's a robot? After school lesson. Okay. That's her real punishment. Oh god. And that's how the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba came to an end. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent, or... Regardless, the truth was lost forever. Even for me. I just stopped thinking about it. That was the end of Mikuru's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Host Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others. What happened to Toko? Hiro got a prediction right? Oh god. It's a reverse harem. Beta Makoto count 28. Well, Makoto actually had a child, so... What happened to Toko? Look how Byakuya's so happy about that. Toko spontaneously combusted. So did everyone else. Why is he still so small? I think Byakuya cannot handle learning. But okay. The thing is, Toko wasn't murdered. They said there were no more murders. So Toko wasn't murdered. So what happened to her? Please take this off my screen. Maybe they tied her up and gagged her and put her in like a room until she died? Like, does that count as a murder? Maybe Byakuya just told her to kill herself. I guess that still counts as a murder though, right? That would still be murder. What happened to her? She came over because Byakuya got a child of Hina. Peace, but only for us. That was the only hope we had. Hope. Hope. Hope? This is hope?
No! This isn't right!
Hopium. If telling someone to kill themselves counted as murder, then there'd be a lot more murders. Huh?
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
Her claim? Oh, that's right. I have to... Do I expose Kyoko's lie or not? Should we run away? You guys want to try running away? You spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? He's not wrong. I have to think about this very carefully. What do I do? I have to decide right here and now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie. No, running away isn't gonna solve anything. Okay. I made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. Okay. So Kyoko is the murderer. Put 2 beta to run away. So Kyoko is the murderer, but we have to expose something about Monokuma. Before the class trial is over. We have to somehow end the trial in a way that doesn't show that Kyoko is the killer. Right? We have to somehow break the voting process or something. Okay. I don't know, I like that ending. I'm glad we experienced that. Maybe Monokuma is a murderer? No, Kyoko is definitely the murderer. Just wants to move the plot further? It doesn't make sense though, because no one ever murders anyone else. Did it say she did it? I mean, it said we were right that she was the killer. Would Monokuma really break the rules in that way? But Monokuma just make shit up? Yeah, but you can say that for any case. Plus, there were no more murders after that. And that's not what Monokuma wanted anyways, right? Monokuma wants us to kill each other. I know, I guess we'll find out. There has to be some secret here, something that has to do with the mastermind trap that Kyoko mentioned. But to activate the escape plan, yeah, Kyoko has some sort of plan to get us out of this. Why would she pin the blame on Makoto though? Reviving Makoto? Yeah. Something has to do with the mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room, that it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
The thing is, Kyoko told us that she had the tools in a room that had a surveillance camera. So I guess Monokuma would know she has the tools anyways if she's just walking around opening doors.
What are you trying to imply?
But of course I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
The tools are also missing and she's the only one who stole stuff. Yeah, exactly. So Monokuma already knows that she has the tools.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Got us back on the menu, boys.
Huh? A hidden side?
Deep fried beta male.
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you?
The decorations are fucking disgusting.
Lukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial.
System 76.
And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
Okay, we did it, I guess. $86 medals. At least Makoto won't have children. She's on trial 5, thank you. I mean, there wasn't much to do. Like, we still haven't figured out the case yet, which is kind of... I mean, I guess we'll find out in the post-trial. It's a better ending because Makoto doesn't have children. They eliminated Toko. Okay, would you rather have Toko dead, or would you rather have Makoto have children? Or no, it would be Toko dead and Makoto has children, or Toko alive and Makoto doesn't have children. The body is a decoy. Possible. We have Toko dead either way. No, you have to pick one or the other. I'm gonna use the washroom. I'll be back. Look at the screenshot is one lesser. Yeah. I have the trilogy. I don't know if there's other games.
Now,
Like spin-offs.
who will be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Hey, hold on! What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
It's me. I'm also guilty. Semi-canon? I see, okay. What? Oops. You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone. Good job?
Yep.
Yeah, I got it right. No, I know that's not true. That doesn't make any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense. Is it a trap? I guess you guys were right. It makes perfect sense. It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials. And I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills, chills, kills.
It's time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment. Wait, why do I... Oh, you think that no matter who you pick, it's always correct? No matter who you vote for, it's always correct. And they get punished. Kyoko, you did this to me. You pinned it on me. Kyoko!
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
So do we play as someone else now? Oh, you get the same punishment. Do you also get sex ed lessons? Maybe you're a robot. Maybe Makoto's a robot. The after-school sex ed lesson. Well, maybe it's not sex ed, we'll see. Oh, it is sex ed. Oh, shit. Well, what's gonna happen now? We fell in a hole. Isn't this gonna be lethal? No matter what? This might even be worse. We're gonna break our neck and be permanently paralyzed. Oh no. Makoto dies anyways. Wait, so Alter Ego wasn't gonna save Kyoko, but Alter Ego saves us instead? Alter Ego's like, oh, it's Kyoko? Ah, whatever. Fuck her, right? Oh, but Makoto. Just because the first one really has imagination. Only Betas can be saved. The first one was Makoto. Did Makoto also imagine the rest of it? You think that's also Makoto's imagination? What happened to Toko? And what about Hina? Oh my god. What's this? What's going on? Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Alter Ego. Why did I say that like Snake? Alter Ego. The nanomachines. Metal Gear. Alter Ego? Is it some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell. I don't believe this.
It would seem...
It seems you finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What's that?
In other words,
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. You're talking like you've already won. I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit, in a way, that's an even more special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. Still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Despair to the entire world. Are we gonna play as like a handicapped Makoto in a pile of garbage? Strapped to a chair? Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell is going on?
Calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time. It's Makoto. Makoto died for our sins.
In other words,
Now, it's a mastermind that's ensnared. It's just Makoto, no worries. Whatever.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
so...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. Theme music plays. La 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 la. The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Oh, we have to play the game all over again. It's only 5 floors. Host Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. So, the Uwu music, the Uwu Doom music. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. Makoto was the mastermind. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Host Peak a pretty fitting name. There are 2 things you need to attend this school. 1, you have to already be attending high school. 2, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. Turn on Rip and Tear. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school, filled with the ultimate students, was me. Record scratch. You're probably thinking how I got here right now. What? Where am I? I woke up in my head, resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I've ever been in before. What the heck is going on? It's the worst sex ed class. Do we have to replay the entire game, but with the knowledge that we had before? Gah. Oh, it's only 20 hours. Welcome to the halfway point. Yay! Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again. And then I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast, dark cavern, with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. The sight is the ultimate chatter. This would be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Wait, so you fell and you landed perfectly upright, sleeping on your desk? Was I gonna be stuck in there until I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. How did you get free of your chair as well? Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remember all too well what happened. Alter Ego saved me. You couldn't even see the screen, dude. And he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. With that, my pursuit of survival began. First step was to start looking for a way out of here. Screen was literally in front of him. No, it was behind him, above him. He was looking at a blackboard. Yeah, I was on top of the crusher. This is a desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. That's a rocket and a tank. I better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. Is that an airplane? How's something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? Is this just PNG of a normal tank? I think so. On the right here, yeah. Or this too, I think, maybe. It looks like a Days of Ruin tank. Like an Advanced Wars Days of Ruin tank. What's up, Maddie? Welcome. Stuff is all scrap metal. Why does it smell bad? I don't know. It's locked. I guess there's supposed to be other garbage down here, that's why. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. This is fucking disgusting. But that was pointless too. Next I search for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are all around bad idea? Again, pointless. Time to filter your urine, I guess. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. And then he died. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. Well, I can't even find any food or water, so I guess I'll just sleep. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left, after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, my problem in the sky wasn't a sign, not exactly. What the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. This is Raccoon Simulator. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Kyoko care package? Maybe. Something fell up from above. Oh, something fell from up above. What could it have been? Then they burned the trash in the incinerator? I think? Maybe? I don't really know. Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out. Well, it's like the student's job to incinerate the trash, right? If they don't incinerate it, is there another way to dispose of the trash, maybe? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever was that tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged in the pile of garbage, I knew who it was. What the fuck?
It smells awful.
This place smells awful. Kyoko?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She brought a cup noodle. She's got a Naruto on her head. And a shrimp. She gave her head a quick sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you! I snatched the bread and water that she was holding up for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. Phew, that really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So, you still haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. There's an unbelievable amount of trash here. Okay. But, Kyoko, why did you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or, no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So, you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but... there was a reason that I had to survive, no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Host Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Host Peak? That's what you just said.
Indeed.
That's right. At least, I did once. Once? Classic MC repeating what the person just said as conversation. It always works, so... Hey, what's up? Yo, how's it going? I just went to the mall. The mall? Yeah, I went to go to the store. The store? Yeah, I was just going to pick up a DVD. A DVD? Yeah, I went to the DVD to get a movie. A movie? Yeah, that movie that's been very popular lately. A movie that's been popular lately? STEM boxes have just been that. Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. So you really went to the mall. If you went to the mall, then prove it. You forgot? But that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory? That's impossible. Amnesia? Then, is it really true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at the school? The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. at that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey,
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. The ultimate amnesiac. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason they can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability, somehow they would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However,
And it could also mean, somehow, my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school, and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us. What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big of a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, can't ignore it, right? The mastermind, one of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself. We are the mastermind. You fool, Kyoko. It was me, Makoto.
However,
I put myself in the trash heap so that you would come after me. And now it's time to finish this. That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were the least likely to be a mastermind. That was just intuition, but... I see. It's Maximilian Pegasus. Shook you with the tanks and planes and shit. Your intuition was right though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind. It's the personality. And then Makoto sneezes. Fool.
Understand.
I hid myself in the split personality.
I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Well, I mean, we kind of did that in the first ending. Gah! It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
listen.
Are you okay? Oh, yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know? It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. Did he just share that shit? He's too scared what she'll think of him. I think that's just her personality. Okay. Can we leave now? You have the key, right? You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So how'd it turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. Even though he thinks it's crazy, there's been a million times where sharing small things mattered. Yeah. Excuse me. True. You mentioned your ability. My ability. What everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. The ultimate detective? Wow. Ask her for opinion on Tank.
correct.
And the reason I came to Host Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find here in school. Who'd have thought, yeah. You had to find someone? Who?
So...
Shut the fuck up, Makoto. Just let her talk. It was the headmaster of Host Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. Dun dun dun. It's Darth Vader all over again. What?
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Host Peak. Kyoko's dad. Is Host Peak headmaster? Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way. Huh? No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko? What's going on? Tim intruder. Anyone with a brain knows she's a detective. Oh, the ultimate detective, yeah, I think all of them have ultimate detectives. My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
However...
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I stuck into the headmaster's room. Then, what did you see in there? You're in the headmaster's office already, right? We haven't gone in, only Kyoko's gone in.
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess. Desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I'd found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Host Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Mukuru's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. And I figured that the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However...
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So, what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is this whole thing a way to test her detective abilities? Like it's a whole big super VR program? Maybe, but that doesn't explain like a lot of the stuff that we've seen. I don't think it really explains like the images that we saw of the other classmates being happy and alive in a real school. Like why would that show up in a VR of a test for her? The moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in school is more horrific than we ever imagined. It's a reminder. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself. And I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. Is that a zipper on her collar? It's hard to tell if there's a zipper or not. I guess it would have to open up, right? But I don't know if it's a zipper or not. That doesn't look like there's an actual zipper mechanism there. It looks like it just opens up. Sounds like it must be important and really ominous. Is there like a dead body in there or something? Like, what?
However,
Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. Okay. Has to do with Mikuro Ikasaba, doesn't it?
however,
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then who did kill her? It's a zipper? Okay, yeah, it is a zipper. You're right. Does that mean it zips like all the way up to... How does it zip so far up? Who the fuck made that thing? I don't know. But it's not zipped at the bottom. Look at the bottom of her blazer. There's clearly a gap there. So where does the zipper start? They are ultimates, true. We didn't get a chance to consult the ultimate fashionista.
anyway,
What I can say for sure is the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikasaba was to get me killed. Get you killed?
indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was? The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you're free to explore House Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words,
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Who's Ultimate Fashionista? Well, she's gone now. She's gone a long time ago. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use a class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. That makes it sound like... It's the first kill? No, she was the second kill. She died in an end of Evangelion way. She's not that fashionable. The mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
hey,
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mikuro Ikasaba. What's that? There was a point where Mikuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean... during the night? I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases, just like this. Death Note moment. Are we gonna meet Ryuk in this game?
Anyway,
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell, and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
correct.
I ran into your room, and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but what that led to... Whoever the mass assailant was, they ended up dead.
correct.
And their murder was disguised, and a dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind, in an attempt to use a class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that the whoever killed Mikuro is also the mastermind, right? This is like in another, when the girl reveals she could see death, and the last 2 minutes goes, I knew all along it's that one. Pickaxe the assailant, that's the teacher to death. She knew the whole time she just channels sound. Yeah. Mental gymnastics theme for it, yeah.
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to what? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they wouldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mikuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more, and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about
That's right.
what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that. They're the ultimate despair?
It would seem...
That despicable group, whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. And then they're...
Indeed.
Make no mistake. They're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. Okay, Dora the Explorer. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. 100-mile dash. Pain of a junk food junkie. The end. What do these titles have anything to do with the cases? What? What is that? Oh, okay. I thought it was something else. Probably nothing? I guess so. It's just random titles. Wanna save the data? Sure. Give a butt plug. The ultimate despair. A group of people caused a tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. What? No, it hasn't. What are you talking about? But right now,
Anyway,
we have to get out of this horrible place. Figure out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. Are you gonna open the door, or... Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the Mad Master's room? They literally only made the mastermind different, yeah. Exactly.
indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Then we should be able to use it on that door, right? Hey, Kyoko. We can use the key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. It doesn't work. Imagine it doesn't work and we're just screwed. Was this trash pit locked on the inside? True. I guess in case you get locked in by accident or something. I don't know. Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then... Yes! It opened!
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. Quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. How's Makoto gonna stay safe from the monitors? I guess he's not. Finally. We're finally free. This is see him come over and kill him. I mean, I guess they're gonna protect him somehow. There wasn't even time to take a breath of relief. Because the real fight had just begun. We're gonna play like a Metal Gear Solid game now. We have to evade all the surveillance cameras and make our way to to the ultimate despair and like stab them. FPS, yeah. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. Chapter 6. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up, like a chimney. That livened things up for sure. It's a good title. There's a metal ladder leading up to the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. Oh, Kyoko does have heels on her boots. I didn't think she did. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down. Isn't it only 5-story building? Yeah, but we don't know how deep it goes, so we fell down underneath the ground.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off of it. So, Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you were the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. To hit terminal velocity doesn't matter much, fair. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. The trash broke his fall. True. How's Makoto alive? The ultimate lucky student. For like a minute straight. He did fall really, really far. Yeah, the metal plane and the tank broke his fall. Thank God. Huh? But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So...
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. I guess the centrist. That's me as the ladder scene from Metal Gear Solid. This is Metal Gear Solid now. Sorted Reaver and high beams. I mean, Makoto's probably survived a lot of abuse to this point of his life, so...
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family creed, and we do what we must do to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. Kyoko's can have a little genocide as a treat. As a treat. So that explains. Before I came here, Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However,
And yet, I gave up on some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Host Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Host Peak, it was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
what?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However,
There is something I want to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? What is a detectiveship? The last time I saw him. Ties? I was still very young, so I don't remember myself, but apparently, he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising future,
However,
but he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument. And young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. I was gonna say he's based, but then he found his father's house on base. Or found his daughter's house on base. That or he's a jackass? Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I had gone with him, I would have never had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self. I mean, if you were below her, how would that have helped? It doesn't matter what part of the ladder you're on. It's also pitch black. She was more talkative. You would have seen something if you were below her. Right? I don't think that tells you what her expression is. And more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. Depends. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However,
But there's one thing that I can never forgive. Really?
so...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing. Somehow down south with a frown.
However,
But what- But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. It's the perfect emote. They only saw me as a little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. How does that help anything? In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. Japan moment. You're not my dad anymore. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. Family isn't gonna know the difference. She'll tell them, I told my dad he's not my dad. So, therefore, he's not my dad. And don't look at me that way again. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But, your family. They just cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood. Nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Isn't that the definition of family? Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that. I didn't even know how to respond. What if found the disownment news? Breaking news. Kyoko Kirigiri has disowned her own father. So instead, I said nothing. Finally, Makoto. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. Because he isn't detective enough. Quote, you're not detective enough. Unquote. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Damn, how long did you fall, Makoto? Uh-oh. Is this locked? Looks like this is it.
Indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I guess you would have unlocked that lock first, right? But then why didn't she come down the hatch? What? Whatever. I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should be open without much trouble. Too obvious for Mastermind. Well, then where did she fall? Did she jump into the dumpster? Like, either way, you're going down. Semi Makoto did. But she would have had to been punished, and then Alter Ego would have had to stop the punishment again. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my hand right up and pushed against the hatch. Finding it easier that way? I don't know, maybe. The hatch opened with ease, and so... But this means she knew, or at least suspected, that the hatch would open up to that room, right? You'd expect that the hatch would lead to the garbage room that Makoto was stuck in. So why wouldn't you just, instead of falling for who knows how long, and possibly dying, like she didn't know Makoto was alive. She could have just jumped to her death instead of taking a ladder down. Looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. We settled the fact that fall damage doesn't exist in this game. Fair enough. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, Thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. Now kiss. So now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out... And I'm worried about you, too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then...
Then let's just get a concrete answer. Huh?
In other words...
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. I mean, there's literally a camera in this room. Wait, that's...
However...
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we find out. It's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. So, you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared? You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukura's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was?
Right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help us with our negotiations. I'm still a little... no, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Okay. I see. I guess Monokuma had to somehow keep the show going. And Monokuma tried to set up Kyoko to kill her. And still have the show go on as expected. So the trial, like all of this stuff that's going on is a farce, right? Everyone's got the poor old long fall boots, yeah. Was like the aperture boots.
Well now, well now, well now, well now.
Hey, 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 hey! Kyoko, I don't mind so much. But Makoto's supposed to be dead! What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished! Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now, I gotta punish you again! And this time, I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko,
Right.
do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However...
But before you do, let me say just one thing.
Now,
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right? I lose? You! Explain yourself! What do you mean by that?
because...
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
In other words...
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened, and then executed, right? Hey! What are you talking about?
However...
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
Right.
And in response to that unexpected development,
Indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However...
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that would come to her aid even after you killed it.
Am I wrong?
Now, here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me, and not Makoto?
Well,
And you can prove this, right? Couldn't Monokuma just have killed everyone then? If Monokuma was the Blackened?
Well,
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this? A comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I'll guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type?
Because
If Makoto really was a killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
Kuma's only half Blackened. But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
what the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me? In the absence of evidence?
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto right now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. Huh?
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope. Opium? Yep.
Hey,
Of course. You can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair, fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So, what is the advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair.
Yoko just hit him with the guilty and innocent defense. Yeah, I guess so.
Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial. A fair trial, Lamau. One last showdown. In other words, this would be your chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'd probably just execute me without another word. Classic Japanese legal system. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed. Barry?
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So, time for more jokes. Now, you suggested might be possible, but I certainly would make for one honey of a climax.
in other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? Boo. And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out? Or will my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain myself.
Let's have one grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this. But this is a long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end.
You guys,
So for this final face-off, we'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. Ratings are spiraling. All the mysteries? That's right. Every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely contain myself.
then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
It's true.
Space short circuit in the bear loop. That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well, good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school,
You guys,
then. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this has all turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
what's wrong?
I remember that, for sure. So,
hey,
I just want to confirm, that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement? You don't have to be so suspicious. I said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations. And having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that. Huh? Mukuro's trial is no exception? Then it's part of the regulations? Which should have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro. It's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Host Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why do you go quiet all of a sudden?
Now I'm really angry.
I'm done talking. I got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would ya? Why so mad?
Whew.
He seems emotionally unstable. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper extra special punishment. Overflowing with despair. Oh,
Hey,
Come on, Makoto. Let's go. Okay. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. Does this mean we'll never have free time ever again? I'm so sad. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. First person to die was Sayaka. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. It's her. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. No, Fashion Girl died afterwards. Fashion Girl refused to participate in the investigation of Sayaka's death. And attacked Monokuma. And then she got stabbed. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. Honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, did they?
so
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
because
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard. Like I said. So when was it that the mastermind let their guard down?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airways to broadcast their school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airways seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet, somehow, the mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason?
so
But if Monokuma was controlled by 116, that means she was killed by a student, and her death was never investigated. I mean, she broke a school rule, so I don't know if that counts. Like, she broke a school regulation. They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world?
it would seem
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all the rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words,
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other, and show that off to the world. But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey,
The outside world is a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair. The mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? Why are we still doing this, Makoto? Why? This entire game is twice as long because Makoto keeps doing this. But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right. It is ridiculous. Completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would despise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really the only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto,
I know how angry it must make you, and yet... That same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness.
What?
In other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world, the mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations.
Who would care enough about despair to go through all this trouble and not just like kill themselves out of despair?
If the mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very least,
At least, that's how those who were watching this would have seen it.
And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves?
indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of the regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all the proper rules to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer. Then, they made me out to be the killer.
But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer.
And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion?
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violated their own regulations.
But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
however,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up.
Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
wrong.
In the end, though, I can prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet.
Whew.
But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet.
She let out a quick sigh. I took it as the smallest sign of relief.
To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time.
I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him.
Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy.
Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time,
correct.
or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing.
You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There's no option except to win.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on.
True, but now we know who our real enemy is. We don't? What? All we have to do is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind.
Work together with everyone.
however,
Is that really possible?
Huh?
anyway,
Anyway, right now we have to go find the others.
shall we go?
They're probably in the dorm somewhere. Shall we go?
What? Do you have more to tell us?
Anyway,
Okay, guess not. Do we want to continue this? It's 3 a.m. Ready for ghost talk for a hero? I don't know how much longer this is gonna take. Cause last chapter they said it was halfway. It's quite a lot to go. Yeah, I imagine. Okay, so we might end it here because I don't want to like stay up till like 6 a.m. I do want to get my schedule not super messed up, so there's probably a bit of downtime before we actually get to the climax. That's what I feel. But anyway, I think we're gonna end it here for today. Let's see if we can save. Yeah, we can save. But yeah, that's gonna be it. We're gonna find out more about the mastermind next time. I might stream tomorrow. There's a D&D session tomorrow, but I don't know how long it's gonna end. Like, I don't know how long it's gonna be, so we'll find out when that ends. Alright, thanks for joining, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Hope you had a good time, and good night. Peace.